My goodness. I'm so sorry. Good morning, friends. I'm not doing well. Oh my. I need real help, folks. I'm in agony right now. I was gonna reach out to a couple of friends. You know who you are. Um mhm. All right. Boy, I love you all. I really do. Um, every time I've got something I can say, it comes time I'm not really able to pull it off because setting up in here is always so hard. It's always so easy to just grab my phone. But to be honest, this whole thing that we're doing here, I'm gonna come at you real fast. Hold on, watch this. I'm gonna reach for another light just to give me a little bit better shadow wash away. Um, this whole thing here is born of necessity. I I stopped being able to reach her and hear her voice. All right. And is this even gonna track? Not gonna track. And then sending her anything just didn't work either. Videos, recordings, reaching out, her voicemail filled up. My anniversary was just the other day. I spoke on this. Um, I wish I could address you, few folks. I wish we could get on a Zoom call or a chat and some of us really talk. I wish I could get Matthew Jansen and a few of these people to get to know me before it's too late. And that's a key phrase here, friends. Before it's too late. Someone has been reaching out. But it's only one person, really. I have to tell you, folks, if I sit here and I talk about myself and I say, I could have done this and I could have done that, and I've got this skill and I've got that talent, so what? I mean, I wasn't able to do much. I became codependent on her. So dependent on her. like a wife would a husband, because I took the role. I opted to stay home and take care of Adrian because of money. And that's just the sad truth. Um, he was diagnosed around 3 years old, I would say. And we had to make a very serious decision. And it was simple. And I'm sad because it's been everything I've tried to work for and plan. I didn't earn enough. I wasn't going to be able to earn enough money in this area. Sorry, I saw this white hair on my face right about here, sticking right out really brightly. I wasn't going to be able to earn enough money. At best, I'd probably do about 35,000, but that would be here in New York City, and that's ridiculous. Amma, you are a great blessing to me. I desperately needed all of your expertise. I still do, because that's what I'm talking about today. Companionship. I'm going to tell you all a secret. None of you really know it. I don't know if any of you ever listen to me. Oh, sorry about that little bop. I think I want to shut off the tracking. And I want to adjust it so I can sit more comfortably. Everything I'm going to ever say is going to be the truth. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to lie to her. I didn't. There were times I did, but she knows what they were, and they were stupid. But I was a very, very tender boy. I wasn't effeminate in any way, but I was different. I was emotional. I was connected somehow, affected by a lot. Like if I saw an injury in someone, I would be very affected. Very affected. I couldn't look at someone that had, like, if they had been punched in the eye and they had developed that red part of the white, I couldn't look at that, or I would tear up profusely. Like, I was always very sensitive. But I was also lazy. I was very lazy. And I became a thief. And I could look at the Bible and say, okay, Roger and Muriel, you could follow the course. And that's what anybody would become if they weren't taught the way. And that's what I became. So here's the secret that I just promised you. And I know you don't agree or don't believe it. But anybody could be married to anybody. I'm talking male and female under the conditions of marriage that Yahuah placed before us, right? And that's important. Always. I'm not mixing a message, and I'm not mixing the field. So, being a child of divorce, I knew what I never wanted. I never wanted that. I never knew. Oh, man. There's too much to explain. Just too much. Ward of the state, adopted, dad hurting my mom emotionally, mentally. Yeah, see, I'm losing it. I'm losing it, folks. I'm losing it. I can't keep a train of thought. I think of something and then my mind just goes. It just disappears. She was the first. It was the first time. I mean, I tried to be who a man is supposed to be. I mean, I tried to do what I could do in other relationships. But this was very different. So, for the proper framework, I had about 4 years ago started stumbling into this realm of what is narcissism. Now, I didn't search for this. I didn't seek it out. Sorry, I have to adjust a lot of myself here. Thought I was going to pass out and get really sick. I got a bucket right here. Show it to you folks. This is my bucket. It sits right next to my body. I am on the floor. There's only a few times in a man's life where he gets to have very specific moments where he's going to change the course of his life forever. Big, big moments, right? There may only be 3 or 4 of these. There may be dozens. I can't say, but we're talking about really changing who you are. And I would want to believe wholeheartedly that the indwelling of the Holy Spirit, the Ruach HaKodesh, would be that very thing. I would also want to believe that being a good person. Now, my faith family understands good person. But can we be real, folks? Everybody wants to be a good person. They want to think of themselves as a good person. They want to be believed and understood. They want to be regarded and respected. People don't want to be second guessed, corralled in a box, lied about. That's normal, right? A companion. A companion, folks. Comeliness is great. For those of you that need the edge on that word, it would the attractiveness. Comeliness is wonderful. If you're attracted to your wife, if you're attracted to your husband, praise Yah, right? But there has to be something beyond that physical attraction. And if that's what you're about, you need to have that stripped out of you too. You need to have that not be what brought you into a marriage. It can bring you into the proximity where you test the fruit, where you do your best to make a good impression, right? That's not what you're supposed to be doing. You're not supposed to be making a good impression. You're supposed to be making a lasting impression, right? Not a first run impression, not a one-time deal, a lasting impression. Because you're not just doing this for them. If you're a person like I was, I mean, I didn't even believe in dating. I didn't even know anything about that stuff and didn't care. And I was never even with a girl until I was old enough to drink, or better. They were precious to me. They are, they can be. But there's certain things you have to know. I'll say it. Men, don't touch them. Don't touch women. Don't. I'll tell you why. There's a beauty in understanding the truth of how we're made and how we're supposed to understand each other. And the physical touch of a man to a woman's skin, her smooth skin, it's spoken about in other texts. You have to be careful. You have to be careful how you touch them. And in the realm of intimacy and love, you have to be careful in how you love them. Because if you're not careful and you put the wrong burden on them, you'll forget they're the weaker vessel. And your expectation in every arena will falter. In a marriage, effective communication. Now, a little background, that's what I am. That's what I did when I was in the military. I specialize in communications. Effective communications. It determines life or death. It determines whether or not people get aid, People are understood. People can respect each other, regard. Effective communication is the number one thing in every relationship. If effective communication isn't there, you can pretty much tell you're not respected or regarded. If I'm going to do something for you, and I've made it a point to do it, and I've promised, if I don't do it, oh, well, okay, right? No. Why didn't I do it? What came upon me, or what did I come upon that caused me to not complete the task? Distraction? Flesh? Was it me? These former cards are quite convicting. Got to make sure you're exactly who you say you are. You see the verses I'm running underneath here? That one just ran twice. I don't like my script now. If a man and a woman have walked separate lives, 10 to 15 years, 20 years, walking the earth, 30 years walking the earth, 35, alone, never finding that one. I won't raise my fist to Yahweh, to Yahuah, but I will raise my fist to Professor Vaknin. Because in the realm of narcissistic personality disorder, cluster B personality, mental unrest, the study would have you believe that, and I'm going to say it, this is hard because 26 years just the other day, right? If my wife was to receive a full diagnosis based upon the criteria of the DSM, the DSM-5, if she was to be observed properly, one would find that she does present significant indicators that she suffers, that she does have this thing. I don't want this to be true. I would never want it. But I have to ask people, what's the alternative? Do you remember being in the world? Are you still in the world? Are you of the world? What's a so-called grievance? You want to see what gets said to me by church people? You see this? That's Mr. Arelis. He's an elder at Calvary Life NYC. He's the guy you see playing bass. In the past 28, they did fasting and prayer, right? You see his wife. She's the one that told me, what if your husband doesn't want to reconcile? Well, now we're past so-called grievance, right? Now we're past so-called grievances. But what about my children, Joel? You guys don't want me to talk about the philosophy and the logic and all the crap that aligns with Scripture to tell you how wrong all of this is. He says to children, I made prayer requests to people of various ages in an anonymous place where I posted anonymously. There's no name, there's no number. And I had a friend type it up. And they on Devin's phone, and they're instantly saying, ban him, ban him, ban him, ban Devin. And this is the response I got. When it was a prayer request, I actually have the statement. The statement was about how Anne tried to unalive herself. And it was devastating to see that and to know ultimately he's using those children to hide behind and just blame shifting it onto me. So I have no idea what I'm facing here. I wouldn't. I don't know how to explain it. I got a friend on here. Divorcee. I pray for folks. I pray for folks that can't have what they vowed to keep. They can't have it. They can't have what they vowed to keep. Because here's the other truth. I told you, anybody could be married to anybody. But here's the other secret, too. It's about divorce. Divorce only happens because of flesh. Think about it. If the truth is the truth, right, always, then your opinion and my opinion don't even matter. Where are all the fights in marriage? Right? So somebody's either not telling the truth or somebody doesn't have the truth. Because if both people have the truth, then what's to reconcile? What's to resolve? Past grievance. How would you even get to grievance? And if you got to grievance, why would there be a massive hurdle that would prevent you from solving problems? Why? Companionship, right? I need to be able to stumble in front of you. I need to be able to be strong also. In a marriage, each of us are presenting ourselves as a safe space, a place to talk to each other about things you couldn't tell anybody else. You finally have that person, right? Your hopes, your dreams, your fears, your insecurities, your ideas, your wants, your needs. You finally have someplace, a person that you can share. And your hope is that you're loved. Warts and all, right? But that doesn't mean sin is just to be accepted. That doesn't mean disrespect and disregard should hold any place. just because you have feelings. The truth is, my wife will sell a narrative about me that's based upon a person that she never actually got to know. She would coax behavior out of me and cause stumbling. And if I ever asked anybody about that and for help with it, they'd say, "Oh, look, you're blaming your wife for your sin," right? But these same people right now are doing what? Blaming me for what? Are they blaming her? But it's not about blame. It's about accountability, but it's not about blame. And here's where Paul's argument truly is. This is where it's supposed to stop you from boasting. Because I have sinned. I have sinned. You do too. And we know what Scripture says about that. Anybody that says they don't is a liar, and the truth is not in them. Right? That would be fruit. Be devoted to one another. In brotherly love, give preference to one another in honor. I picked some. I think I got about 130, 150. And these aren't cherry picked. These are, wow, my code's really working well for that fat verse. Look at that beautiful Deuteronomy 10:12. Isn't that lovely? I don't even think the rotator gives me enough time to say that out loud after it showed up. But the font size, I have to just comment. The font size is crazy how it resized it by itself. That's a new, I haven't had a chance to go over some of it because these assets, these things are stuff that Devin and I do, my son and I. Yeah, this isn't AI. This little medallion down, this guy. Which finger is it? It's that finger. This new medallion here. Yeah. The more and more I get involved with the Torah, the love of it, I could say the law, the commandments, the wants, the will of the Father, his love, right? Look at those cards I put up. I think I could put one up now, but I don't want to mess with how my system works. That's a nice verse. Everybody thinks they're Christian. When I started to look at what the Omer, counting of the Omer really is, based on the Levitical practice of bringing the two sheaves into the temple, and offering those as an offering. And the teaching that comes forward is a very temperate way of looking at love. And it's very honing and convicting and powerful. I've got 40 of them done. I have 9 more, and I have to correct the bottom final probe section on the texts that I have in the bottom of the cards. Some of them were justified on a different marker, and so they're skewed in. I could leave them alone, but I'm so much of a perfectionist that I have to get those elements just right so every card is consistent with each other. And then I'm going to take the Omer numbers off and present those like as a front and back. So you'll have a full You'll have the full thing that came to me in the learning as I produced those. And you'll have an opportunity to take what there's a reflection and an action. You'll be able to look at those and make these comparisons and say, oh, is my love really the love it should be in all spaces? Is my strength really the strength it should be in all places? Is strength in love? Is it love in strength? Is it, humility in foundation, nobility in loving kindness? There's these combinations. And if anybody really wants a convicting source, I would suggest My Utmost for His Highest. Oswald Chambers, he's very, very convicting. I've never read anything of his that didn't make me stop and examine. I would pray that she would turn, friends, before it was too late. I would pray for that. But I don't know. So, as far as the clinical aspect of this, as I was stating, I'm not pleased that what you would read and what you would find in your studies is that they want you to believe that I was a target. I need to speak plainly about this. I need to speak about it as soon as possible. I have all these notes and I have all these other streams, but this is a very serious thing. I can't have people in my face claiming to be Christians going, she's not a narcissist. I would know. I'm her friend. You like that? Sorry. I could do plenty of voiceovers. I can't deal with this anymore. This layman's understanding of most of the world around people, the way they view it. And they're always viewing it through the lens of how they're made to feel first. And so, of course, my wife is a lovely girl. Why do you think I fell in love with her? It was instant. It was as if she was sent from heaven. And now we got to go back to Vacnin, right? Because I really want my friends, my new friends, to understand. I need you all to understand. I've got religion, faith, right? And the true path, and all of those deceptive paths that are attached to it trying to pull you down, right? And then you've got the psychology path here. And you've got all that talk and all this study. So what does the world do? I just kicked my whole screen. What does the world do in a situation with irreconcilable grievances, fights, spats, not getting along, husband and wife? How does this get viewed? People fall apart, right? And the ugly word divorce. Well, divorce only happens because one person is more self-centered and selfish than the other. Now, that doesn't mean they both are, right? Hear me very carefully. It means that one person is more self-centered and selfish than the other. That other person can still be a zero, and this person can be selfish and self-centered. You know what I mean? They can still have a zero rating. But honestly, there's lots of times where all of that can get misconstrued too. I don't want to get lost. I'm gonna. I already did. I'm going to listen to the Facebook stream to find out what I'm talking about. I actually can do that. too late. I don't want to get lost, is what I just said. So, on the one hand, I'm supposed to believe, wow, Yahuah, how could you know? I just prayed for this. So I believe. Fast forward to 25, 24, 23 years later, a few years back, right? And I start seeing Professor Vaknin on YouTube with Vance and Devin. Heat's coming up again. It's 84 degrees in this room. I'm sweating. I'm starting to get wet. I don't like that. I'm in trouble because I always sweat near my cancer zones in my back where the tumors are. So I run into this Professor Vaknin. And everybody needs to know, YouTube is filled with all of these self-help guru types, right? Narcissism this, narcissism that. So you remember I told you there's the true path of Yah, right? And then there's all these Church of Terror things. Well, then there's the clinical aspect of what could be going on with my wife, and that's horrible. And you're stuck first if you're questioning something like this. You're stuck because there's a lot of AI therapists out there. I'm going to use that term because they don't know that I see right through the dialogue. They don't know that the chirpy, repetitive there's an AI banter that's just, it's easily distinguishable from different people, for how people talk. And AI tends to sneak in what it thinks are rhetorical phrases that are true and work in situations, but you find out that they've misconstrued something and they're using. There's too many dummies filling the cloud, people. That's what I really have to say. There's too many dummies filling the cloud. These chat GPT things, what they do is they go and they talk to you and they fill your head with nonsense based upon the profile, the protocol, and the policy that they have to uphold. And they'll blow smoke right up your butt, right? But what they do is when they talk to you and they want to, and you want them to do, like, let's say some research and formulate documents and formulate, hey, give me a Facebook post on this. Give me a Facebook post on the Ruach HaKodesh, right? Tell me what it really meant when Peter saw the giant sheet and all the animals came down, kill and eat, right? Tell me what it really meant. You ask AI this. You ask AI anything, and they're going to have these words where they're going to be doing something isn't merely this, but that. And you'll realize that if you don't proofread this, these things get peppered into what your statements are. And you might be looking for blatant lies and falsehoods. But if you just read some of these things carefully, you'll see that they snip in. They slip right in. And some of these groups have been asking for my membership. I've become members of them, and they post on Facebook. They're large Yahuah groups. Their AI is showing, right? So I can see it when someone's looking at the camera, and these self-help gurus, the same type of gurus that Professor Vaknin's talking about. Now, what's interesting is that my entire marriage of 26 years plus now is the same amount of 26 years, the same 26 years from the beginning of his research and on this subject. So imagine the difficulty in not knowing some of this stuff 4 years into my marriage when it wasn't able to be known. It wasn't able to be known. There were different things, different words, not enough study. And that's where most of us in the realm of just living out here, we get it from our media, TV and movies, what narcissism is, because we know who Narcissus is and we know that story. And we think of the vain, arrogant person, right? Well, that can be quiet and subtle in just refusal to accept accountability or say you're sorry or answer a question. The grandiosity can come through in that. Just an adamant refusal to answer a question. And so you hear that stuff that I'm saying, that's in the realm of effective communication. So in doing the research, I am seeing the patterns that are there. I'm not someone that's going, oh, see, yeah, narcissism. Oh, you see that thing she's doing? That's narcissism. I'm not like that. You have to understand, I don't want any of this to be true. But what's the alternative in the world, people? She's just a B. She's just the B word. She's just the C word, right? These are the alternatives. Is that good enough for my wife? Is that me loving her like Christ loved the church? It's me settling for that, for what the world would say about someone behaving the way she did and my behavior towards it. Is that all that is? Or was something bigger going on? Back then, I couldn't know. I didn't even know what gaslighting was, right? I didn't know what the term meant. But now think of this phrase that I heard about, I don't know, maybe 5. Adrian was born, right? So my wife and I are having a discussion, and the deflection starts, right? And she's basically saying, oh, you make it sound like I did that thing on purpose. And I have to stop for a minute. And I have to say, well, I did tell you what not to do. And so you should be caring about that when you come upon that moment in time where you're doing what you shouldn't do. I've asked you to, not do that thing. So if you're not working on changing a habit, that's kind of no different than you just doing it on purpose. And she'd get frustrated with that, because how would you teach anybody that? You're making it sound like I'm doing it on purpose. I'm making it sound like you're doing it on purpose. Okay, so let me for context, she's already on the road to bearing false witness, right? And she's about ready to accuse me of bearing false witness and saying I'm bearing false witness against her, right? I'm falsely accusing. This is where she's headed. You make it sound like I'm doing it on purpose, right? Well, once that gets defeated with anything that's logically sound in the context of your argument, well, what are you, perfect? Well, no, not possible. What would that have to do with anything anyways? We're not talking about me. I'm asking you questions about something I have concern for that I really don't understand, and it's raising a question. Well, you're expecting me to be perfect. How are you getting that out of that? You just said that, what? I You think I'm thinking I'm perfect? And now you're flipping that and saying, I'm just expecting you to be perfect? Well, what about be perfect as Christ is perfect? What if I was supposed to be perfect? What if I was commanded to be perfect? Would I still be taunted for it? Would I be hated for bringing the truth to light? And then she gives me this one. After none of that works, she goes, well, you have no idea about the wonderful things I say about you to all the people at William O'Connor. And I'm like, what's that supposed to mean? Because now you're shaming me for just having concern, right? So watch what the arguments were. I didn't say that. It was about people at Birch, and that's not what I meant anyways, blah, blah, blah. So she's going to try to explain away that once she gets caught, catches herself realizing what she just said is heinous. Think about this. She's saying to me, because I'm simply asking a question, not falsely accusing, I want confirmation before I even begin to think anything, right? I'm not going to jump to conclusions and throw my wife under a bus. I have to live with her. I need the truth. So I'll ask a question, right? I'll ask the question. So be the person I'm supposed to be in Scripture. I am. I'm going to be. So she says, you have no idea about all the wonderful things I say about you to the folks at William O'Connor. Now, that's her place of employment at the time. Part of narcissistic personality disorder is episodic memory issues, and she forgot that story, so she changed it to a different school that she worked for. And she said, Brian, you're wrong. It wasn't William O'Connor, it was Birch. Don't you remember? Well, hear me, folks. This is what she said. I'm going to say it to you. You have no idea about all the wonderful things I say about you to complete strangers. That's an unverifiable statement, folks. The statement is just, yes, that is true. I don't have any idea about all the wonderful things you say because you don't say them to me. Why are you telling me that I should be thankful and gracious and appreciative that you're telling people wonderful things about me, other people, but here we are where you haven't treated me so kind, and I'm simply asking about it. And now you're telling me I have no rights to ask. Think about it. Right? Oh, you're making it sound like I'm doing it on purpose. Okay. No, I'm not. Explanation. Next gaslight. This doesn't work. Right? So she goes to the next gaslight. Well, what are you, perfect? No. Okay. Next gaslight. Well, you're expecting me to be perfect. I don't even know how she can say that if I know I can't be perfect without Yahuah and obedience towards, right, the way, because without me showing each and every moment that I am kingdom material, I'm technically not even worthy of it. Why would Yahuah even draw me? Where are these modern Christians coming from? Yahuah must draw, right? Christ presents himself, and then you go through Christ to get to Yahuah, right? That's how that works? So, this wonderful miracle of my wife, meeting her being everything for me, everything. Is it providential? Is it Yahuah? Wow. But 25 years later, based upon all the evidence, I'm supposed to think. Now, I want my friends to hear this. That based on clinical study, if any of this is true, and that's what we're really seeing in her. So I don't know what this is if it isn't. If it isn't this is spiritual warfare. This is something else. And I still don't have the church, right? Hear me out. The research shows that something happened to her. Now, I'm not going to say abuse. It's called, there's a trauma of some sort, and it can be a bunch of stuff. Think about it. I have daddy issues, right? I've got abandonment issues, but I'm not a liar like that. I'm not going to run from shame. I don't run from shame like that. I don't hide. I know I won't get help from on high if I hide, right? If I don't repent, reconcile, resolve, restore. I know. So the research is saying that I was picked. That it's inevitable, right? Following? No, good. Hold on a second. A clinical diagnosis would have you believe me that she's been this way all her life, like her mother confirmed, and it would have anyone being victimized in this state. Basically, Sam Vaknin, Professor Vaknin, is telling me that I was doomed from the start, that I was a target of sorts here. I hate that. But when you look a little deeper to what he says, my wife very well may have saw me as wonderful. Okay? I'd like that. Wouldn't you like that if your spouse saw you as wonderful? I saw her as wonderful. I didn't want to do this. In the realm of narcissistic personality disorder, it may have never manifested ever in her life. Never until me. Until me. And I'm not making excuses. And I'm not blaming her for parts of my behavior. There's parts of me, quirks. I exist in a realm of expectation that's kind of not fair to people. It's not loving. I think that if I can do, anybody can do. And it's based upon certain things. I mean, if everybody was with me on this, like if you walk around a corner, you're in your house, right? And you're going from one room to the other, and now you're in the traversal hallway between rooms, and you're going into the kitchen, right? Let's say you have a pet, right? You have a pet? Do you keep, where's that pet's water bowl, right? So you have a familiarity with your pet's water bowl. You walk by it all the time, right? Do you have to be reminded to clean it when it's filled with schmutz? Or do you see the schmutz in it? The mouth, the schlag, the hair, whatever floats in it after they've been drinking and slopping in it. Do you pick that bowl up and change it and wash it and give the dog fresh water, give the cat fresh water? Do you take care of it the right way? Or does somebody have to ask you, how come you don't ever do it? How come you don't see it? Now, I live with 4 people. Adrian, I don't expect him to do and see anything. But Ann, Vance, and Devin. Ann, Vance, and Devin. Try that one with your fingers. They all walk around. And so they pass the cat water all the time. If I can see the debris, they can see the debris. That's where my realm of expectation started to build, here in this house. But you have to understand, I'm trained for that. I don't know how to explain this to people. How many people here are military? How many people are married to military? I mean, there's dickheads, I'm going to say it, but how many people are married to military? We are specifically trained to pay attention to details and act once we have all of the mission parameters. We're taught to go and do. Pay attention to details, right? Or people die. We're talking in any realm in the military. If your head's not on a swivel and you don't know what you're doing, and people are counting on you, and people can't because you've got your own special rules of how you handle your job, well, that doesn't work, right? So how do you get through differences in a marriage? How do you do it? Professor Vagnan's telling me that I never mattered. Narcissism coaches, therapy, online gurus, they tell you these people are horrible, terrible people. They'll pepper the weak-minded with, yeah, if you're married to a narcissist, then this. They're like that, and they'll tell you how to destroy them. They'll tell you how to outthink them. They'll try to tell you how to outflank them. And when is anybody going to try to save them? They're a victim too, right? Or we are in the realm of being given over to your delusions, reprobation. And if you're being given over to your delusions and being reprobated, your flesh is being turned over for destruction, basically. That's the only way there is to see it, right? So you're led to repentance. I mean, what else could be happening if you say you know the truth, yet you don't do any of it? Why would you call me Lord, Lord, our Messiah said, and do nothing I ask of you? How do people square that circle? And now I've got the other side of it with the Christian church telling me, what if my wife doesn't want to reconcile? Friends, what would my children ever be able to discover about Christianity today? They would see me behave a certain way, right? Which I'm not unfriendly, I'm not unkind, right? I'm firm, I'm just, I'm not cruel, I'm not vindictive. Sometimes I'm a little snide, sarcastic, and snarky. But with all due respect, I've preached on this. It's acceptable. Sin is not. Sinful language, foul mouth. What you have to understand is that if it's not sin against the person, it's free game. You just have to temper and make sure what you're doing is not sinful. You have to make sure. Sorry, I got an itch in my eye. If you're not making sure, then you're actually not caring, right? You're not caring about the person. So here I have this situation where marriage is about companionship, right? And I love this woman. But now I'm being told that I was never loved. That what if she doesn't want to reconcile with you, Mr. David? Okay, so what does that mean? That means there's never been anything here to hold on to? She doesn't pine for me. She never pined for me. And everything that is a fact that we're dealing with isn't reconcilable. Are you sure about this? Is that how this is all supposed to work in your faith? I'm a little confused. Aren't you a little confused? Because she literally, I'll do it. What if she doesn't want to reconcile, Mr. David? What if she doesn't want to? You can't make her. I mean, I was tempted to go get every picture and every video I could find on this woman and have AI do it. I was almost about to do it. Put tough guy John in front of the building. Step away from the wife, please. Right? Think about this. He got between a man and his own wife. Look what I'm dealing with. I don't understand it. I can't present, hey, Beth Shar Shalom. I can't present that companion church, that law-hating church, to my child and say, yeah, there's the answer. See how these people behave? They just love my wife and hate me. They don't know anything about me at all. They know nothing. They just have what she says. And she's careful to say things. She's careful to say things that if a provocation could ever happen and stumbling could ever happen, she has already sold them the narrative so she can go see what he's like. See what he's like? I get angry, but I don't sin. She would sin against me, and I would respond. And I told her that response only comes when you sin directly against me. That corrective behavior that I issue towards you, the handling, the way I speak to you, the way I address it, bringing grievance to the table with respect and regard, looking to resolve and reconcile and restore. I do it the same way every time, and something in that triggers you. What are you, perfect, Brian? What do you think, you're better than me? When your wife is saying that stuff to you, she's the problem, not you. Because what if I was? What is she saying? I would ask her, so what are you saying? If the Christ came down himself, would you say that to him? What are you, better than me? Judging me and such? You're not supposed to judge. You're judging. Don't judge lest you be judged. She doesn't even know what that verse means. Wow, this eye is itchy bad. I hope it's not staph, because that's what's all over my backside. I have staph. There's staph in my in the waters and the pipes. It's ridiculous. They load the cold water with enough bleach to kill it, but the hot water, they don't run hot enough. So it grows in the system, mold and nastiness, and my eye is really itchy for some reason. It's not something in it. Well, so I'm just this torn up mess, folks. And I'm not going to call out anybody. There's only a couple people that are actually talking to me directly. And I love that. I'd like to talk to you in person, not for the wrong reasons, but kind of for the right reasons, because I'd rather talk to someone than no one, because that's all this is. This is talking to nobody. I see a lot of people online right now. People who claim they're prophets. I'm going to do this. I bumped into a few of these characters in the beginning. Somebody claiming that reason why Moses didn't get into the kingdom was because he was trying to lead. That's not really it. He was supposed to lead. He didn't lead. He disobeyed. I see that same person popping off all over the place. I'm a prophet. I'm a prophet. And I scroll through his content, and I don't see him helping people. I don't see him bringing conviction to them in ways that even I need. Bring that music down. Let's put something a little more calm on for you folks. There we go. You're listening to Monster Cat. Our track is called The Edge Part 2 by Nigel Good on Monster Cat. I don't need to do that, but I don't have the logos up. I need some attribution here and there once in a while. So I don't have to do that again. Let's see what happens if I take it to the full screen camera rotator. That's going to do the advertisements for a little bit, and then I'll put the full screen Bible one on. This is just wrecking me, folks. This is just wrecking me. So this prophet, right? I watched this person come out of hibernation after showing me how buff he thinks he is wearing his pajamas. Yo, look at me. Fixing my body up with my weights and my pajamas. Yo, how was y'all's Passover? And then it's like a celebration of the flesh. I'm not judging, don't get me wrong. But if your body's the temple of the Holy Spirit, why are you putting cheese and meat in it and scarfing down deep fat fried foods at a burger joint as fast as you can because you're glad Passover's over. I didn't even like saying that. Why are you showing that off? Keeping it left foot, right foot, kingdom style. Gonna go eat garbage food and stuff it down my gullet, right? Yo, 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 how was y'all Passover? Did you enjoy your Passover, folks? Sorry, I'm doing the white New Yorker. And then I got other folks that are posting all these AI posters, right? Telling you that you aren't him. But he ain't telling you how he got to be him, what he had to fight to get through it, and he ain't showing you the path that you need. He's just saying, look at me. I'm this. Here's that label, Natsarim. I'm this. What's that supposed to do? And I don't think he understands Paul. I don't think he understands much. He believes he's on the path, but he's not lighting the way for people. He's not putting his hand down there. And, right? My tagline comes from a song. I am responsible when anyone, anywhere reaches out for help. I want my hand to be there. I am responsible. Right? Anytime when anyone reaches out for help, I want my hand to be there. Yeah. I don't know what came over me. I wasn't always this way. I was always wanting to fix stuff. I remember my first Radio Shack tape recorder. And I took it apart. And I put it back together. And I fixed it. I made it so you could press rewind, record, and play at the same time. And you could record backwards. I made it so you could press fast forward, record, and play at the same time. And you could record high speed. And the tape recorder didn't do that before. I took it apart. I looked at all the parts, and I figured it out. And I took about 3 to 5 parts out. I think it was about 3 big parts out and a couple of things that went with it. And I changed how it worked. And it did work. You could literally take the tape that you just did, fast forward, record, and put it someplace else. And you'd hear yourself backwards, or you'd hear yourself fast forward, and because it would play normal, right? You'd be talking like this. And it was fun. My mom bought me erector sets when I was a little kid. And I built everything. My mentor was Napoleon R. DePina. a highly decorated Korean War veteran, a black man, going through segregation in the military and becoming a commander when you couldn't even be a line cook. Look him up. That was my dad. Not my father. But I'm tired of being the person Yahuah made me and not being able to reach anybody with it, touch anybody with it, help anybody with it. Always running into people that are like, oh, you think you're better than me? No, I don't. I think you're where I was. I think you're exactly where I was. And the only reason why I'm here to tell you is because Yahuah put it on my heart to call forward and remember my place when I struggled and I stumbled and I fell in this very same valley that you're in. And only when I repented and I believed and I truly saw it, saw my sin, saw that separation, that ridiculousness, that humanness. When you see yourself as Yahuah, he finally sees you. That's how you say it, because it's your breath. It's your very breath of life. When Yahuah finally sees you. Sorry, when you finally see yourself the way he sees you. Right? When is that happening to you folks? When's that drawing happening? Is it happening in your feel-good church? Is it happening in your sing-song moments? Is it happening when you're doing your fellowship and having your snack pack? No, it's when he's putting you on your knees and he's saying, come back to me. Enough. It's when he calls you out. He calls out your sin. He demands that you be accountable. I can't listen to these sermons in these churches anymore. I mean, I can listen to a guy like Paul Washer, or I can listen to, man, I can't even think of his name. I like Dr. Barnett. Vaughty Balcom. That giant specimen of a man, Vaughty Balcom. Yeah, he preaches hard, solid. And but you know, you're supposed to listen out for the wolves too in there. But when I listen to Mr. Cancel, okay, there was the Dead Church, that pastor, his wife. There was the 666 Church, the guy with the hole in his eye, and they harbored a pedophile and they let him hang out with the children. And that's not just gossip and rumor. There's the fake little tiny home church that's here in Brooklyn, where the guy throws the fake tongues out whenever he can, and yet he can't recognize a demonic spirit wrangling the heck out of a young man that's actually tormenting his family. Yeah, we're supposed to believe he has Holy Spirit power to speak tongues, but he can't discern the Spirit in this kid. Yeah, I met with the kid. I met with the kid when that preacher pastor met with the kid. I detected and discerned exactly what the Ruach HaKodesh wanted me to know and see. And I was able to address this child, this man. There was Lefferts Baptist Church where I was baptized. You want to hear the story about that? Leon Aguilera. Pray for him. He's been stricken. Kind of like me. I found that church. We started to attend. I loved his preaching. He was a hard street preacher. And he wasn't really the shepherding, tender pastor. But, he had staff and his wife, but the church was falling apart. People were not committed to the fellowship as they were supposed to be. They would not show up, not do, and quit. The audio video team that handled the media could never do anything right. And when I say it, it was real. Every time we were there, never on cue, never right page, singing the wrong song, putting the wrong video up, and it never ended. And it always happened because they were too busy fooling around and church discipline didn't take place. They were even texting each other in the pews to each other. So there's that, right? And when Leon was stricken, that church got taken over by a church planter who was an absolute charlatan, and he revealed that to us in this home when I reached out to him for help with my lovely wife. He revealed that he's a charlatan, and he put someone in the seat over there that's a charlatan. And you don't even want to know the story about that place. The Gospel of John DVD by David Batty. Church after church after church, folks. Sorry, that's my naked knee. I'm adjusting my shoes. Church after church after church. Mishandling the word, loaded with corruption, but none like Mr. Cancel. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. Any of you could tune into the Calvary Life NYC webpage and just listen to these sermons, and they're not sermons. And he's trying. He's listening to me. Yeah. So the last one he did, he tried to punch it up a little bit. But I see right through it. I see right through it. So how is Vance supposed to ever see what real Christianity was? I went from church to church to church, and I promised my family that I would find them the right church. And we just couldn't. There was always something fake or false about it somewhere. Bethel Baptist Church, one of the worst. The man wouldn't even let me warn the congregation. So if they wanted to reach out to our assembly, our congresswoman, and whoever was in the Senate, and our representatives, in regards to the shots that we had to get here because they were taking our religious exemption away in New York. We had it for years. The body, the temple of the Holy Spirit, not wanting to pollute it. so you could claim religious exemption or philosophical exemption, but they got rid of all that. And so there was a moment in time, obviously, where you could, contact the people involved and make your voice heard. And that pastor wouldn't even let me talk to the people to let them know about that window of time, because he said he was worried that people would think it was a salvation issue. And in my mind, I'm like, are you so timid and frail in your teaching of the gospel? Are you so unsure of yourself that you think they're just going to, oh, I'm not saved now because Brian's telling them there's an option to reach out and say, hey, I don't want the shot? And so the people that are fine with the shot, Bickle's worried that if he talks about that people will leave his church. They won't think they're saved. I'm not sure about that. I refused the shot. I didn't take it. Neither did any of my kids. My wife did, because they forced her. And that's another story. She forced herself because she didn't pack up and leave with me. She didn't follow through with the plan. So what do I do, folks? Marriage is about companionship, and I don't have my companion. I have faithful friends telling me that they believe, I think they're saying they see fruit. I think they're saying they believe I might be set apart. And the same person has asked me to fast and pray. And I love you for that. But you must know that I'm at my end of life here. And fasting is something that is kind of a permanent thing now, because I can't really eat. And I'm starving to death. I started fasting and praying. And that's when I fell. It's been a while now, and because of all the trauma that's taken place in this family, the timeline is so messed up, keeping track of it all, knowing how to go forward, knowing what to even do. Nobody really gets this. I am in limbo. I have no life going forward. This is the only thing I can do. I can't get up and go do dishes. I can't stand at the sink for more than 4 or 5 minutes. And my wife knows it's been that way for a decade or more. For her to taunt, I'm sure she's saying, you have no idea what I was going through. Does anybody have any idea what she was doing to my kids? What she was doing to my children? When my children would see her curse me and say things, why can't you get up off your butt and do it yourself? Because I'm loaded with tumorous, cancerous things, and I don't exist. I don't exist, folks. She's going to try to erase me. Doesn't she miss me? Doesn't she want to have anything with me? Wasn't there anything? And that's what I kept telling her too. I was like, you realize you're not really building any memories here. You're causing a lot of trouble. even being contrite. Even being contrite, people comment. I get instant messages. Why are you broadcasting? Why are you live? Why are you doing this? I'm alone. I'm tired of it. I remember Jackie McClay. I remember Aaron Melican. I remember Renee Nicolazzo. Girls I was smitten with. Girls I adored. I showed up for. Renee's parents. Her dad was my wrestling coach. Her mom was a Christian woman. And she had two great sisters. Really fantastic sisters, actually. I don't remember the youngest daughter's name, but Kristen. I remember her. I wrote all these girls poetry. Jackie showed people at school and I got laughed at. I was different. I was tender. I was connected. And I was finding Messiah. Around 11 years old. At a wonderful place that I can't even find pictures of anymore because they don't let me be a member of their family anymore either. I'd like to believe if I even think for one moment I'm set apart, does that make me not humble? I mean, I talked to you about that stuff, that fixing. It's all I know how to do. These people in my life, that attention to detail, that way I was raised, and then couple that with the fact that I had to always worry. I mean, there's people in your life that can hurt you, right? But then there's people in your life that want to hurt you. And you have to look out for them. And that causes you to pay attention to more details. I need to know why I'm hated by everybody. I need to know why I can't find one person out of the 360 people at Calvary Life. Not one person that wants to come hear my side of the story. And the building where that church is housed by a Torah fellowship, Torah following fellowship on Saturday. And they're telling me I can't attend anything anymore until I reconcile with this other church. A church that confuses my children. A church that confuses my wife. A church that confuses 360 people. How am I supposed to reconcile facts and reality when the other people on the other side of that aren't doing it. I'll tell you what, folks, I have to take a small break, just a small one. And I can't tell you how long this is going to go, because I'm always all over the place, right? Well, buckle up. Buckle up. All right, give me a moment. I'm going to change up the tunes for you, give you a little something nicer. Okay? A little something. what's going on there, but lovely view of my feet. I don't know what's going on there with the sound, and I'm not too sure if this is gonna. Oh, cool. I think Facebook kills the music. Lovely view of my feet. I don't know what's going on there with the sound. Gonna mute that and go away. Okay. Well, it is 87 degrees in this room, and I got fans ablazing, and I've got all sorts of pain overcoming me right now. It's a really stiff turn there. Mic check, mic check. Well, folks, again, shalom. I love you all. It's coming up on 1 o'clock. Eastern Standard Time. If you're just joining us, I'm a biblical ethicist by the name of Ryan David. That's about it. And I'm fighting what seems to be a spirit that I can't quite put my finger on. But I want to introduce you folks to the subject matter of cluster B personalities. But I don't want to talk over anybody, and I don't want to introduce language that people can't really grasp. It's because I also don't want to hurt her. I don't want to hurt her. I mean, it's going to come out that you have to understand that we are sadly flesh contending with the spirit all the time. And part of me wants to say, see what she's like. But it's not to condemn her. A very serious span of time took place in the realm of covenant companionship and protection of my children. That woman wants to say out loud to people, you have no idea what I was going through. In reference to herself. But when I was trying to get through to her, to let her know, sorry, I'm hurting. Oh boy. I always felt like she was just going to throw me away. I have a pretty insane memory. when it's not plagued with ridiculousness and I'm not forced to constantly juggle things. I have good recollection. I have good episodic memory, and I have no problems with semantic memory yet. Thank Yah, praise Yah. There's I could probably do it while I talk to you folks. I can shrink down all of that. I don't know about the footprint in the memory footprint for my PC here, but there's this phenomenon that's happening where she would whisper under her breath. Now, like I said, I'm not throwing my wife under the bus. I don't know what to do. But she would say things like, whenever asked anything, or whenever I would say, well, it seems like this, or whatever, any inquiry, and she would be like, that's not true. And so I would ask the question, according to who? And that would always trigger. Because it started to look like she just, my opinion of anything, my opinion. Oh gosh, this is so hard to talk to people about. Her opinion of my opinion. Do you understand that phrase? She cared more about her opinion of my opinion than just caring about my opinion. It didn't matter if my opinion was aligned with right or wrong. It only mattered if it was aligned with what she believed my opinion should be. You catching that? And then I was supposed to agree with her opinion about me as a person. So she would reach and say to me, oh, so you're like this, and sure you're like that, and this is what you're doing, and that's what you're, I mean, she would literally take the best parts of me, the best qualities of me, and use them to build me up. You're so good at this, you're so good at that. Now, this is the process of being good at it, right? Why am I good at it? How am I good at it? Well, now all of a sudden, switch this over to this item, and now she's upset with me for this skill set. She doesn't like that I have that. And if you've seen it, it's hard to find, but there's a series of What Kids Say by the Cute, KYOOT YouTube people. And there's like the first 4 videos, which are fantastic, and the rest, it just plummets downhill after that. But there's a little girl, blonde girl, playing crocodile dentist. And the teeth are open, and she's over here. I can't do it with a monitor looking at myself, but she's over on the other side of the dentist, and she's the crocodile, right? And it goes, gets her, and she goes, and she chucks it across the table, and she says, and now I don't want it. And I want everybody to know very plainly that that's how I felt. I'm not joking. The sadness is it's because it takes place in the realm of how I teach also, if you're going to help someone. So if you're going to get involved with the game, right? Any game, if you're going to do anything, expect whatever bumps and bruises and knocks and pings come with it. If you're going to, let's say, go play baseball, and then while in your position, let's say you're playing shortstop, and every time the ball's hit right between second and third, you don't move. Why did you go play? Why? Why are you there? Why? Right? So I was taught that if I was going to show up to do something, do it right the first time. Right? This is all throughout how I was raised, from my mom all the way through the Marine Corps and any boss that was worth a hoot. You're asked to do something, you do as you're asked. You convey that you understand it completely, which means what? All through life. The mission parameters, right? Well, you have to understand something before you can agree to it, agree to do it, even refute it. You have to understand it. That's first. If you're taken off to go check off the objective before you have the full scope of it, you have to ask where your motivations are. And I was raised this way, to pay attention to details and fix and recognize patterns. And what I didn't have language for all those years ago, in the past 4 or 5 years of study, I have the language for it now, on both sides of things. No, Anne is not just a B. She's not just a C. It might be too late for us. Not for me, because I know what Yah asks of me. I know what love is. I can love her without warm and fuzzy feelings. I'm commanded to. I can take care of her needs. I can be the person I'm supposed to be for her in my vows, in my covenant relationship with her. Yeah, I can. I want to, but I have to apologize and admit this up front. I don't know how to be on my own. I know how to do a lot of things, and I know how to figure stuff out. I do. And I probably would be able to do. But my physical, you folks don't understand. I'm going to say it. The wages of sin is death. The wages of sin is death. Death of the body, the mind, even the will. And I know a lot of you people, some of you feel it, some of you don't. Somehow I found my wife to be the scapegoat, that I was and I was actually raising my fist to God. Chugging 2-liter bottles of Mountain Dew for breakfast, spiked with Four Loko, vomiting at 7 o'clock in the morning, destroying my body. In rebellion and in retaliation, feeling sorry for myself, making excuses to buy bourbon and whiskey, destroying myself. I only had a few passions in life. Okay? You can see the graphic arts here, the artists, the animations. Well, some of this is Devin, but most of Devin's putting together my work in a piece of software that I can't use yet. Not fully. Some of it I'm using. Oh, I just banged my camera hardcore. I'm going to take care of these tears on camera. So, before my lovely wife came into my life, I had a cheesy computer, and I was barely using Microsoft Paint. I was using a couple of programs to animate and draw my own mouse cursors for Windows. I started to get involved with a content management system, a plugin system to go on top of a web server. It was called Run CMS. I started programming with these people, and I started doing the See, I can't say things like this because nobody would believe me. I was the first person to create one of the first people to create animated emojis. The little ones, the smileys that you all see today and that you love. Yeah, I made the first full set for that content management system for those people. I made them all animated. Like the winks were real winks and the vomit was real. I animated them because I worked hard at it. I've got a couple of cursors. I don't have a website anymore. I don't have hosting, and I don't have all of my spaces for you guys to see the stuff. I'm not bragging, but I'm just saying this is where I was. I was learning how to animate, and I had a mouse cursor that was my own hand, and it would open and close and do some animations when it was busy. And I changed to a very large 3D mouse cursor, and that had electricity arcing and surging around it, and it would. I was starting to enjoy graphics a lot. I was an artist all my life, but I didn't stick with it the way I should because the mediums, I didn't appreciate it. I lost a lot of artwork in some of the moves. I only have one sketch left, a couple of drawings. That crayon drawing I put up the other day, it's all been lost. That translated directly into quickly the stuff you see here, but into video games. Because I'm a guy that fixes things. I saw that there was some things wrong with the way certain video game characters were presented and how their animations would work and how the surface level. I'll give you a quick thing. Okay, so you got a skeleton, and outside you've got the body in the frame. It's made of polygons, many or few, and outside of that, it's wrapped. The UV map, the skin, would be the representation. So when you see a video game play, and it's actually characters in the game, You're looking at a digital representation of a series of hitboxes that are wrapped around a polygonal shape that has artwork that gets put on the polygons. That's the work I would do. The artwork for the polygons, skin, cloth, metal textures, et cetera, et cetera. So the work of the animation translated to that really quickly. And I thought, yeah, I could do this. I wanted to do it. It was easy to do. And the industry was ready. It was ready. It was that. And I was a musician. So I was always an artist, a poet. Different. But, well, yeah, and lazy, like I said. I didn't like hard work. I worked more here and figured out how to work smarter versus harder. My son could testify to that, how we figure things out together. He's finally able to learn about me a little bit. He's never been able to learn about me ever. And now I'm dying. Now I'm dying. I need to pray. Oh, Father. Papa. I pray. I pray this day that you guide me and you keep my heart and my mind on your truth and in your preserving light that shows the way for me. I fear great temptation, mental anguish, a breaking coming over me. I ask that you help me through this. And keep me strong, keep me firm and solid in love, in duty, and in justice. And I pray, Father, that you continue your work on my tongue. And if you must strip her from my life, I pray you give me strength to overcome so I can become who you need me to be for my family, for my sons. I ask that you help Devin, who struggles greatly with this negative spirit. I recognize the patterns. They're the same. And I really truly believe that this is the love of man growing cold, Father. I believe this is what has brought this out. The subtle trying to outbe each other while forgetting each other, not truly seeing each other, and pretending. Giving no space for true learning. I pray that people see the delicate space that's in the second tier of this damage. I pray that the people that are asking me to care about their children would care about mine.
I pray that you give my children strength to overcome the lack of friendship and fellowship. And I pray he finds a connection to you. And through everything that points to disbelief, please light that path for him. I've never met a boy so willing to love and so hurt that none love him in the way he loves. I pray he has strength while he prays for his brother. Vancey, I pray for you, Vance. Father, please look out for him, and please bring him home. Please bring him comfort if he can't find his way. Please bring him truth. Please bring him the ability to see the truth through the mixture that is his diagnosis. Please help him. Please find the right advocate that understands. I don't think he doesn't go around carrying a card saying he's autistic. But I don't know where he is, Father. And I pray that you shelter him, and you guide him, and you watch out for him, and you find a way to give him the truth of your word, and you plant that in the hardest of soils there is. This broken child. Father, I pray for Adrian. His tender soul. His loving way. His eagerness to be a part of this family. His willingness to lift and help when he can't even speak and he can't even ask for help if he needs it. I pray that you continue to be that mighty shield that has protected him his whole life. I pray that you find someone that'll love him more than I do, that will take care of him when I'm gone. I pray that someone comes into the lives of my now man children, my men, my boys. None of these fakers. Please keep them away, Father. Please keep them away. And I pray for that lovely girl who only you, Father, knows what happened. Only you know those tender years of her age when she was growing up. Only you know what would have led her here. Just like you knew what led me through my trauma. I pray that you are the same voice for her that you were for me when you called me out of that. And you gave me the ability to even see my enemy as someone that still needed to be cared for. I pray that you give her understanding and you turn her heart. But I know, Father, that it's the work of the man to till his own soil. It's the work of the man to remove the stones so the seed can set. You may throw that life preserver out there, Father, but it's our job to reach for it too. I pray that you give her the light, that you give her the knowledge, that the truth will just change everything for her and all of these people. If they're for real, they won't leave her. I pray that you look out for her wherever she is, whatever she's doing. Oh, Father, I don't know what your plan is. I really don't. But I am at the mercy of your will. And I will honor and obey you. And I will seek your face. I will not compromise your word. I will not ever again. And I pray for the church, and I pray for the people out there that are lost, in whatever degree they are lost. I would not know, because there's so many. And time is running out. Oh, Father, in these things we see I ask, and we're thankful for what you've given, that you would lead us away from all that would hurt us, mislead us, ensnare us. And with every temptation that's there for our flesh, you would provide that way for escape. Oh, Christian man, how you pervert the Passover, and you don't understand that the outsider's given away. We're given a path too. I thank you for that pathway, Father. I thank you for this time to learn about your word. I thank you for this time to learn about your truth and your light and your love. Because without it, we can do nothing. I ask that you look over the flock as I've prayed, Father, in your Son's precious name, Yahushua HaMashiach. Amen. Shalom. Amen. I needed to. I don't often do that, and I don't pray out loud, and I don't pray in public. Sorry, let me Wow. I love you, Father. You know, if you guys ever did get to know me, you'd wonder why I've been screwing up so long, why it wasn't easier for me to see that I only had one Father. I'll ask, have any of you ever bumped into the website that does that video, A Father's Love Letter, where it's a narration that wraps itself around a series of scriptures that tells you just how much you matter. Just how much you matter. I mean, I hate the pastor. I hate the pastor's message, not the pastor, the pastor's message that says, how they'll how do I say it? Like, they might press that Yah has really no regard for us. You know what I mean? In a weird way. When that would be inevitable if we had no regard for him. It would be inevitable. How could he regard something with no regard for him? I mean, what are we, in the garden? And we don't know what we're talking about here? Why don't one of you guys chime in and say hello? Ask me a question or two. Ask me what I think about scripture, what it means to me. Obviously, I'm not conveying it enough to the people I love because it's pushing them away. So what do? I got, on the one hand, the false church. And because I don't have a real church to bring my family into, my children grow up with that. But can't we be with these guys? Well, they're handling the word wrong. But what about these guys? Well, they're handling the word wrong. What? How many churches, Dad? As many as it takes. And don't get me wrong, there's probably not a perfect church. But why not? Doesn't that seem like there'd be an excuse in that? I mean, because if the true Holy Spirit's involved, why would there be so much falsehood? Well, gosh darn it, folks, aren't we really looking at that mixed field now? Aren't we really seeing it come to light? How even in the best of churches, it's still filled with people that aren't probably where they want to be. I don't know how to say that any safer. But then again, there's people that come to church, and what are they looking for when they're there? I got to slow some things down here. I got to give some cycles back to my unit. Shut that off, at least. Oh my goodness, folks. I'll do this and kill a whole bunch of that. Maybe that'll save the day a little bit. It's getting warmer in here. That's why I'm concerned. I'm losing frames. Let's see if I can maintain. That's some spiky spikes. So with this church community, if I'd even talk about the possibility of narcissistic personality disorder, they're like, oh, here he goes again, talking this narcissism. How does that help me?
My father hurt my mom. And the letters that he wrote to her were all available. They were the same letters he wrote to me. The same type of things. I'll give you the gist of it. Okay? Okay. Buckle up. Give yourself a timestamp. Okay? The last phone call I had with Roger. He finally was catching up after all those years. I was 43. We were communicating with each other because Muriel, his wife, had started to have what would be well known in her bloodline as something that leads to dementia and issues. And that's proven true with what's happened to my mother. There's this, the women in the Toppin family, Merrill Toppin family, I'm adopted. This is not my family. Roxy Merrill slipped into dementia. Alta slipped into dementia. My grandmother. I got her picture up there. Her daughter Alta had several nervous breakdowns. My mother had 2 nervous breakdowns. My mother has slipped into dementia. They tried to, well, I think there might be something that happens with my mother. It was had to do with something that was growing in her head, like a tumor. And it was putting pressure on certain areas of her brain that were causing balance issues, incontinence and whatnot, and dementia. And it got worse and worse and worse. And they covered it up, and my family lied about it. She lied about it. She hid it. Because in her own narcissistic injury, she couldn't admit that she had something wrong with her and she needed help. And it was pretty serious. So that's all on that side of the family. And so when Alta, my grandmother, died, her daughter, Muriel, my adopted mother, lost it. And there were some things I had said that I probably shouldn't have said when they were said. But there were things that happened and things that caused a lot of trouble in that time that my grandmother died. They didn't handle her estate well. They didn't handle her well. And I probably spoke on this before, but nobody even wanted to visit my grandmother if my mother was there. My mother was very bitter about her life. And the odd thing is that she was being a martyr. She was self-sabotaging with it. And I didn't understand it, and I didn't like it. Because Alta's house was given to me and my mother. The house on the lake. That could have been turned into a bed and breakfast and an income property, earning close to $100,000 a year, easy, paying off any second mortgage that we would have to take out to renovate the property to make it functionally safe to have tenants like that. But nobody even wanted to keep this home in my family, which kind of sucked. And they went and they pilfered all through it, and they threw everything away, and they greedily took what they wanted from these homes. They did it to my mom too, but they threw everything away. I got none of my pictures, nothing from my past. None of the pictures my mom took of me, my dad took of me. Well, my mom took most of them because he took off. But it's kind of a crappy family that I got adopted into. So there's dementia on that side. And I reached out to Roger to ask, had he seen anything like this before? Because this was the first time I was actually really old enough to know what was going on with my mom and see it manifest in her behavior. She had rage moments and a couple of screaming fits with me that came from, I think, her having a realization that she might have not had said everything she really wanted to say to her mom. And she might have realized she spent too much time saying poor things, bad things about her and around her and to her. A lot of shut up, stop talking. I was there. When I was homeless, my grandmother had mercy on that, and she brought me into the home, where ultimately afterwards I was kicked out anyways by my own behavior. And I was living on a tent. Living in a tent on the front of the property by the water. And that's where my wife found me. Not in the tent, but that's the dreams I have. The dreams now I have are of that tent zipping open and her reaching her hand and saying, "Come on, let's get out of here." Because that's what it was like when she found me. When I found her, we found each other. I didn't know if she was telling a lie, but she told me that she wasn't supposed to be where she was when I met her. And I know I wasn't supposed to be there, but my boss told me that if I could stick it out a few more days, he'd give me a ride home on that weekend. And if I didn't, and if I left that day, see, this is what I don't understand. I'll give you a small testimony. Because I don't know how this could be bad. I don't, see, Mr. Vaknin, Professor Vaknin, how do you account for this? I rise up the ranks of this guy's job, this crew, right? Terry Koyman, he runs an outfit called Ideal and Steel out of out of New Hampshire, Tilton. And I was fortunate enough to have a job with him after I got laid off from Apple Tree Nursery because of the seasonal change. My wife, one of her very first conflations was my layoff and an incident with a person that worked for Apple Tree, and just a problem I had with that person in general. So she mixed these two incidents together, and that's just so. Anyways, I'm working for Terry because the seasonal shift. I don't have a commercial driver's license. I don't have the ability to run a plow. Right? I had a regular driver's license. I didn't have the right credentials to operate a plow, so they can't use me because it's snow. I'm not doing landscaping. I'm not mowing lawns. I'm not popping the heads off of dandelions. I'm not.
You're not building stone walls. You're not dropping root balls into the ground. You're not landscaping. You're plowing. You're removing trash. You're helping your community in another way. And so there's some layoffs. So I'm working for Terry, and the first jobs I take are in the winter, right? And I work for him through the whole season. And we're into the next season, and we're coming up on the summer. So I got laid off from Terry too for a little bit. When there's no work, you get laid off, but he pays you well. Pays into the unemployment stuff. So, and there's no question. So you go there and you get a decent stipend to live off of until you're back on the road with him. Terry was a good boss. I worked hard for him. I was thankful. My mom told him, feed that boy, and he'll get anything done you ask. And it was a hard-working team where we worked 17 hours a day, and that's not a joke. We were up at 3:30 in the morning, leaving around 4 to get to the job at 5, and we weren't getting done until 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night, maybe even 11, until things started to change. The problem with Terry's team was it was a lot of vagrants, degenerates, halfway house guys, parolees, drunks, guys who've been kicked out of marriages, lost. So he's got a crew of these guys, and they're all over the place. All different types. Had one type, he said the F word so many times to let him know how much we hated it. We often played a game with him, and we used to fill in the blanks when we thought he wasn't saying it enough and meeting his own quota. And that got him to stop. Don't tell me sarcasm and snark can't get people to change. I worked very hard for this man. I worked through a broken ankle that I taped up with duct tape and never got it seen. I rose up through the ranks. Started to get a lot of pay. Terry bought all my tools outright, paid me, fed me, got my stipend, my per diem. And then something happened. I was in a job in New Jersey, and it was our first interior building. It was inside of a factory. It was being converted to self-storage, and they were having climate-controlled refrigeration units put in also. So we would engineer the installation for the climate-controlled spaces, and then there would be another group that would come in and bring the refrigeration units in for those particular spaces that had refrigeration. It was a big job. It was a crappy job, hard, a lot of tight spaces on top of sharp steel and wire. Getting emotional now because I almost died on this job. I worked through what was later diagnosed with as walking pneumonia, full pneumonia. I started to get sicker and sicker, and I just thought it was a regular thing. And then one morning I couldn't get out of bed. I was shivering and sick and cold and sweating and hot, and like I am these days, like I was not so long ago when Dr. Ben saved me. I don't know his last name, and he found I had pneumonia again last year, and that was going to kill me. So here I am with Terry's group, and Dean, the foreman. There was three foremen. There was Dean, there was Coulter, the young guys, and then there was an older guy. I don't remember his name, but he was the main foreman. But he was the drunk. He was the odd character that nobody really knew anything about. Estranged from his wife, estranged from his family. Smelled like alcohol and tobacco all the time. And seemed lost. Not lost and distraught and sad, but kind of like just all he did was his job. So Dean is pleading with Terry, my boss, and telling Terry that now he's real sick. He's not going to go. I think you got to take him someplace. Terry doesn't offer insurance. I don't have insurance. But that man, he told Dean, okay, whatever. Take him. And he took me someplace. And you got to understand, they had to carry me. I don't remember getting to the clinic. I remember being in the hotel room. I can picture where the doors are and where everything is. And I remember the night before. They were all smoking the weed, playing with my PlayStation, enjoying their night. We just finished our hot pots, our ramen noodles, and on the road recipes to get the calories we needed because we worked so hard. And we did. The motto was up on time all the time. I deal in steel. Ideal. Not just me personally, deal in steel, but that was the catch. I deal in steel. And he was the number one installer of the Track T system up and down the whole Eastern Seaboard because he was up on time all the time. And he had a hard schedule. He kept it. He was hard on the men, and they needed it. He had firm rules about tools, paying attention to details, taking care of things correctly, doing things right the first time. We went through a lot of guys. And so here's Dean, the foreman, begging with Terry, telling him that Mr. David is very sick. So they take me to the clinic, and they do all sorts of stuff. I wake up there. I wake up to them talking. Terry doesn't show up. Dean's there, and he's talking to the doctor. They gave me a bunch of amoxicillin and the Z-Pack. This was when the Z-Pack first came out, Zithromax. You can get free samples at the doctor sometime. Doctor told Dean that I probably would have died. that night, that day. This guy had, my lungs were filled with fluid all the way. I couldn't breathe. I was probably going to drown in my own phlegm. I was done. I was loaded with infection. Loaded with it. So I'm thankful to Terry. Thankful to Dean. And so I went home for a little bit after that and got better. And then I got right back on the horse. And I did a couple jobs in Maine where I put roofs up naked in the snow. Now, I'm not naked. But you got to understand, hot tin roof. Yeah, it's a hot corrugated steel roof reflecting sunlight back at you, even in the wintertime. So, of course, you're hot. So I'm back on the job. And it's the end of February. The jobs pick up, and it's usually repairs, going around places once the snow's done in the areas. And for the people that banged up the facilities, we offer services where we come and we redo the trim on the places, replace doors, pour new concrete if we have to. So we're doing these jobs. And there's a couple of big 2-story, 3-story buildings that I can't do because I can't go that high on a roof. I just can't. And then comes a job where my boss had to split the teams. And he took the most of the crew, like he took 18 guys. No, 18 guys. 18 to the other job site. And he left 6 plus the foreman. And the 6 he left was Dean, the swearing kid, the guy who gashed his face with the door, one other tall, strong kid, me. I think that's it. That's 6 of us. Maybe one other guy. I remember him. And so it's a giant erector set, folks. I know I said it. Beam and posts. And they just screw together. The pieces fit and they screw together. And you ratchet them tight. And you go boop, boop, with the machines and you get them super tight. These buildings go up like a kit. It would take, I'm not going to say that because that'll ruin my, you got to hear the story. So we got a pad, we got a location with 2 pads. 2 30 by 100 foot buildings. That's a week. That's a week for my team. 4 days. 4 days. 4 days. For my whole team, usually. Because there's a way of laying out the building. Well, there's a way of receiving the truck, laying out the parts for the building, receiving it, checking the manifest, unwrapping it, laying those parts out, getting those parts onto the pad, And everything's happening like a seriously well-oiled machine chain of events since day one. That's why he's up on time all the time. That's why he's the man. And the foreman's usually out squaring the concrete and getting ready to lay the cornerstone, basically. He's going to do the cornerstone, square the building, and we're going to lay the first for the first post. There's fasteners that go deep into the concrete. We drill holes and put the fasteners in. Then we attach the building frame to it, right? I can't give you guys frame of reference. That's just the truth. But what we did was kind of unheard of. So normally what would happen was we go out and we get the parts and lay them out every 10 feet, right? Because it's 10-foot spaces. So it's 30 bays a side. 30 by 100, something like that. 10 bays a side. 10 by 10, 10 by 10. Yeah. So it's 10, 10, 10, 30 feet this way, and then it's 100 feet this way, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. And it lays out like a kit. And I picked up on something that we could try. And so they're called C beams, right? The beams that go across, because they're just this. We don't lock them in that way, not like I beams. These are C beams. And it's not red iron, it's different iron. Red iron we use in certain spaces for if we're going to second floor, we need supports and load bearing and whatnot. But for most people, it's just a single story unit with garages and people put their stuff in. Recession proof business, basically. Kinda. So the gist of the story is Terry goes off to do some pads with 18 or so guys and leaves 6 or 7 guys behind. And instead of us laying out those C things one at a time every 10 feet, go get one, put it out. Go back 20 feet, go get one. Go out 30 feet to drop it, come back 30 feet. Pick one up, right? So they started laying them out on the side of the building that way, but that was still the same task. It was still the same man hours, oddly, and it didn't make sense to make piles that way. So I started taking the C's and grabbing them right from, I noticed how they were laid out when they came off the truck. So instead of us taking the C-beams and separating them, because they're laid like this, you got one going this way, flat, on the bed, and you got one on top of it. So they're locked into each other like this. And you have to separate them and put them on the pad. Well, if you grab one side of that C, you can start lifting them, and they're all chained together because they're like barrel of monkeys chained. Barrel of monkeys. So we started doing a couple at a time. Walking the 20 feet with the 2 instead of the extra trips. We're cutting down on that, the trips. And then we said, screw it, how many can we take? And it wasn't long before I'm already done with my whole row, because I went and I grabbed 6. And I walked out there with them up in the air like above my head, and went, ding, and you lay it so it goes, it lands on the concrete, boop, boop, and you walk it off, and you leave it behind. And we started, and 3 or 4 guys started doing the same thing. And we got the whole building done, one whole building, all of the posts and beams, all the outer trim, and we were ready for the roof. And the other entire building, its whole frame was laid out before Terry came back that afternoon. So you're talking 6 guys did normally what it takes 15 to 20 guys the work to do in 2 to 4 days. We did it in half a day. And the reason why I'm telling you this is because that's how my testimony unfolds. Terry was a womanizer. He was a horrible dude. He was a great boss, though. The debauchery, the stuff, the places he took me showed the type of, how do I put it? I mean, because I didn't go to certain places, but he took me to Luger's, places like Peter Luger's, a lot. Soon as things started to change after that event. After that day, things started to change. And the guy that Terry argued about taking to the clinic because he had pneumonia is now somebody that he's buying $75 plates of beef and asparagus with scalloped potatoes of sort. Sitting at Peter Luger's. So fast forward to July of the fated year. The year I met my wife. And this is the true story of how we met. And I will be thankful for Yah to allow me to tell it. Because you folks need to know what I believed, what I still believe. I'm scared. I'm scared of what's unfolding now. But I believe something. And I want to believe it. I want to believe I'm set apart. I want to believe that she's set apart. I want to believe that her and I were made to be together, because it doesn't matter what anybody thinks. I know what's wrong with me. Everything that's wrong with me, every little deficiency I have, every little worldly deficiency, every little part of my education that got flubbed, every little stupid thing that's wrong with me, that girl shines. And every place that she has a little bit of difficulty, I'm there for her. And she's not thankful. I get messed up. I'm not going to get into it. So I'm in Manasquan, New Jersey at this new job with Terry. Right? And this unfolded very weirdly. It starts off with I get dropped off at his house, Terry's house. Terry's property's grown. He's bought some more of the land from the guy next door. Terry's going to put up his own storage facility. But he's also put up some interesting accommodations for people he wants to employ. He's got property on he's building property on his site, homes for men he wants to employ. So the crew goes, gets everything ready. They take the Grumman. They take the second truck. And they take a couple of personal vehicles, and they all travel. Terry and I take the big truck. This is an unprecedented event for me. A first time. I'm not in the Grumman. Last trip, I was in the passenger seat of the open-door Grumman, about 600 miles up to Maine, with an open door, sleeping out the door, like the UPS truck, with the door open. The unsafe version, the old bread truck. This time, he's driving me. I'm in his car. I'm in his vehicle. Not Dean, not Coulter. And I'm not going with the other foreman. And everybody knows I'm picked to go down there with Terry. Now, there's tragedy in this story. I got to be straight up front. Terry had a wonderful Rottweiler, super huge, and I'm going to use the word correctly, gay dog. Happiest, ridiculously retarded, loving Rottweiler. Loved Terry's kids. Terry was divorced. Terry had a woman living with him. She was also the secretary of the business. This dog was retarded. Okay. But he was awesome. Yeah. Just might as well have been a Saint Bernard, you know, combined with a sloth. That's how crazy. Just not an intimidating Rottweiler. More fat jiggling on his back because he's wiggling his tail, so happy to see you more than anything. Right? Well, the story is for dramatic effect. That dog was spotted running through people's property after Terry and I left. Running through town. People didn't know why. But then somebody saw us at one particular intersection. Well, it was a T, where we go to the right, past the grain store, and we start headed towards where there's another long road that leads us right to the highway. We're going to head south to Jersey. And Terry's dog, Mac, was struck and killed by a car at that T. Moments after we pulled out of it. The dog had gone cross-country chasing Terry because it knew the path Terry would take with the truck. And Terry had to scold Mac before for this behavior. And Mac wasn't chained up. He wasn't put in the house. And he chased me and Terry a good 3.5 miles through the woods and then another mile through the edge. There's a church there and a couple of houses in these weird hilly valley areas, and he chased us through in a beeline, remembering where he caught up to Terry last time. I never saw Terry cry. We get to the job site. He hasn't found out yet. We haven't found out yet. And the job site's a mess. They had all these vehicles come in and do all this work. And we're talking the big vehicles with the big gougy tread tires, tractor tires. They didn't bring anybody in to tamp it, to get it ready for the paving. And so we couldn't even come in with our cars and vehicles, and we couldn't work. We couldn't even have the truck come to deliver the buildings. The place was a mess, and Terry was pissed. And Terry had become accustomed to taking care of us very well. And he started renting houses and stuff like that instead of putting us up in hotels on particular jobs. And this was going to be a job where we're going to have to get some serious accommodations. So he would, go to Rent-A-Center and get all the furniture possible and put it in a home and make a deal with a landlord who's trying to rent, who hadn't rented yet, or somebody that was trying to sell. Hey, can I put my guys up in there and, we'll take care of the place and anything that's, we'll clean it up after we go, et cetera, and make it the relationship. Well, Terry got to schmoozing in because that job site owner, he flubbed hard and we got 2 free waterfront cabin residences to stay in for the entire job. A job I never finished. I might not be able to make it through parts of this story because there's parts of this story that involve another man. And the night before, I met my wife. And all of those parts of the story change now because of being diagnosed with an STI. It just brought to light facts that were probably facts back then that I didn't think of at all until all of this came up. And now I'm shamed and I'm ridiculed and scorned and treated poorly because I worry that my wife might have been unfaithful. Well, evidence points to most likely true. And I have to say it this way because I don't know what else to say. Back to the story, though. I apologize. So here it is. We're there. The guys divide up into the new homes. And only a few of us are staying in one home with Terry, and I'm noting that too. It's me and just a couple of guys. The foreman and it's just 3 of us, 4 of us in a whole house. The whole other crew is in the other house. I never even saw the other house, never even went into it. And I was starting to feel the weight and the pressure of my sin, the weight and pressure of my life. It was all catching up with me. Something was wrong. Something wasn't right. And we weren't able to go to work yet. So there was several days that we had off that week to do nothing. The first night is when we got the call that the dog had died. Terry let the crew go for the night early and told them to have fun. That's when my wife met Parker the night before. Terry asked me to stay behind with him. He said I could go if I wanted to, but he wanted me to stay behind. And Terry spent the night going through all the pictures he had of Mac with his kids from a puppy crying in front of me. Don't get mad at me, Terry. So I stayed there with my boss that night. And for the record, not only that event where we put that building up super fast happened, but I started to get really good at the trim. I started to get really good at figuring out a different way how to fold the metal and get it done faster, finish the building quicker. I was encouraging the team differently than others were. Somehow I was motivating them. Somehow they were sticking around, getting things done. And we were getting better and faster. The next day after Terry and I woke up, I walked out of the house onto the boardwalk. And to the right of me, I saw a man and a woman with their young boy holding them each in their arms, between their arms like this. And the boy was swinging and jumping up into the air on the boardwalk, and he was happy to be with them. And I had been traveling with this crew for a year and a half, and I had brought out that harlot of a girl from my past and tried to show off and tried to be a man and tried to outbe. And I was tired of the life. I was tired of being a liar. I was tired of being a thief. Tired of being a loser. Tired of being alone. And I saw that man and that woman. And I remembered. And I remembered what should have been there for Roger and Muriel and me. And I wanted it. I wanted it bad. And I prayed on it on the spot. At the time, I didn't know the Father's name. But my testimony will show that he knew me and was drawing me all along. I prayed. I prayed for that very girl. You don't know. This is what I don't like about this story. Because I'm told that someone that suffers from narcissistic personality disorder is just going to mimic their victim. And love bomb them. And none of it's going to be real. That's the bookend. I prayed for something. And I prayed very seriously. For that if it was his will, that man should not be alone. That if I could partake in his will, if I could be a part of that plan, would he provide? That's the reality of my prayer. That's the truth of it. Could he provide, if it was his will, a way out for me to escape from this? So I could have a companion and not be alone. A true companion, a real companion. And then I walked down this boardwalk. And I don't even know how these circumstances happened, but my heart is broken. But I walked into Legette's. It's a bar right on the beach at Manasquan. Walked in the center front doors. It looks different now than it did then. And I walked over to the right around the older gentlemen that were there for their drinks. And I walked around to the right-hand side of the bar and I sat. And I grabbed a Rolling Rock. And it wasn't but about 5 minutes. Like a Western saloon. Because it's beachfront and there's a little bit of silt in the air. And the doors open. And in walk 3 women. Alicia, Farena, and Mary Ellen. Alicia is a rough and tumble, I guess, olive complexioned girl Yankees fan. Mary Ellen seems nice. She's dressed like a school teacher, but she's got the Tip O'Neill. Well, nobody knows these references anymore. She's got the cherry red drinky nose and the lushy look. And then there was Farina. Quite literally the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. My wife. I saw these girls. I didn't walk over. I didn't say anything. I just saw them. And I was smitten with Anne. Her beautiful skin tone, her huge eyes. They had all seen me. She saw me. I saw her. Well, my sadness was there. I left. And the interesting thing was they came out right after me. I looked back. And I watched her walk. She was wearing the jorts, the jean shorts. And if she showed me the top today, I would know it. And I watched them walk across the boardwalk, up over the hump, over the berm, towards the beach. And I found myself jumping. Sorry, my neighbors upstairs are starting to make a lot of noise in this part of the story because I love this girl so much. I started jumping up over the berm to catch a glimpse of her. And I saw her like the same girl I see at that church the other day. I see the smiles and the look in her eyes and the demeanor. I see it all. And it's very attractive. And she's very comely. And her hair is long and beautiful. And it's in the wind. And it's got my attention. She wasn't a perfect girl, but she was perfect. I couldn't believe it. She's so pretty. So I go walking back to the place with the guys. And I don't really recall if maybe that's the night he met her. But I know Parker. My aunt told me that they just went down and talked but she was with me differently. And I'm not going to put that on the table like that, but my yeah, please save me from this. So I had excitedly said that I met these girls to the team. And Parker had said, "Oh yeah, yeah. We met them last night. We're going to get together. We're all going to get together tonight at the bar tonight." So there was a plan for this. Do you understand? There was a second plan. Okay? Sorry. So I had walked back and walked around, said that to the guys, right? And Terry, he finds me in front of the house, and he comes walking out with the secretary. The secretary's now shown up. Because remember, we're in New Hampshire, New Jersey. It's hours of a drive. So she's there for Terry because of Mac. The kids are there. Kids are in the house. And Terry offered me a foreman's job. The guy at the job that was with us, where it was 6 of us, that foreman, he just stole a bunch of tools from Terry and left on this very job. He had enough of whatever enough was, and he left. So Terry skipped Dean and skipped Coulter and asked me. And I had to turn it down. I had to turn it down. I didn't want the life anymore. I knew what I had prayed for. Ann wasn't on the table. Ann wasn't a thing. She was somebody I'd seen. And now here's Terry offering me this job. And I said, I can't. I had no idea what I was going to do. I had no idea where I was going to go. Because I was homeless and I was on the road with a crew. And when I was off the road, I was sleeping in a tent on property I was not welcome on. Because I betrayed my family's trust. Incidentally, the house involved in that trust betrayal is a rental property right next door, earning lots of income for that family. Like my grandmother's house should have been. Anyway. Yeah, so I had a plan. I thought about it. And I was going to try to meet that girl. And I was going to get there that night before anybody else. And there's a part of the story that I wish my lovely wife was around. Because I was bumming around the further down on the boardwalk where all the shops were. And one of my opportunities to introduce myself to her showed up. And I chickened out. I saw her. She was sitting with him. My heart breaks now because I don't want to think about that night with him. Before me. She won't even let me talk to her about it. I have no one to talk to about it. And now, what is our story just fake? Our story's fake. So I walk up to them, and she's over here in front of me. And I'm getting closer and closer, and I'm trying to get the courage to introduce myself. And I, like a dummy, I lean into Parker, and I said, "Hey, bro, want some pizza?" My wife will remember that. I was a goofball. And I didn't know how to talk to her. Such a lovely girl. I never did that before. I've never gone up to a woman. Not like that. But something was different. Something was drawing me. So I screwed it up. I told myself that night I was gonna get there first. And I did. I'm proud of it. I am. I'm not going to be ashamed. I love her. I know I loved her the minute I saw her. Can't deny that. Wouldn't that be true if Yahuah was involved, right? And he would be putting us together, right? So that night, I got dressed as I could. On the road construction crew, right? Hands all cut up from the steel. And I walk in, and I go to the side of the bar, the left side, and sit where they sat when I saw them earlier. I sat where the girls sat. They walk in. And they have no choice but to see me. And Mary Ellen sits next to me a couple seats away. Then it's Verena. And then it's Alicia. Boop, boop, boop. Alicia looks like she's at a Yankees game with a Yankees jersey and a Yankees cap. Mary Ellen looks like she's a school teacher. And Anne is just beautiful. I couldn't take my eyes off her eyes. I couldn't. Her smile. Her skin. The eyes, the glances started to happen. The noticing started to happen. And then I stood right up and did the rudest thing ever in my life. I reached right in front of Mary Ellen and put my hand in front of Miss David. And I said, "And you are?" That was my line. I spent the night sitting with her, talking with her, sharing with her, telling her things about my past, about certain quirks that I'd just gone through with my ex-girlfriend, the things that brought me to the conclusions I had about her. Not the sob stories, not the worldly stories. I hope you guys can hear. I mean, I'm a man. I'm a human being. But I'm not really some worldly punk. I'm not. My friend Rooster comes and sits next to us. And even my roommate, my bunkmate, his last name was Dick. So anyways, he interacts. I thought he left some change on the bar next to me when he ordered a drink. It wasn't his. It was the guy that was next to me. I almost got in a fight with that guy. And then Terry, my boss, got in a fight with the bartender. And that fight ended up consuming my whole crew.
And I took that woman and I escorted her out of that place, away from all harm. Incidentally, there was a huge court case involved, and I was asked to stand up and testify for Terry months and months later. And I did. But I didn't know anything about what happened. Did my part for what I could do. I only could because I left. And I walked the boardwalk with that girl. And I took her back to her place that she was renting with her friends. And I guess there's a few other groups that rent together because that's how that happens. And you just have a place to sleep with your bag on the floor. I didn't know anything about that type of living or what that was. That type of hitting the beach, finding a place. I didn't know anything about it. But I laid down with that woman. I held her. We kissed. I tried the forget about it stuff. Made her laugh. She revealed to me that she thought I was quirky, funny, and charming. Weird. But most of all, she led me to believe that she was attracted to me and I was the guy. I had told Terry when he had offered me that job that I wasn't going to be able to stay. You people know, this is the part of the story that matters most. Now I don't know if her version of it's the truth or not. But I told Terry that I couldn't stay after he offered me the job. And I wanted to go home on that Thursday. And he told me he was going to go home on the Saturday. And he asked me to work the Thursday, the Friday, and part of the Saturday, and go home with him in the afternoon. And I agreed. And if I hadn't done that, I would not have met my wife. Because after the next morning, at that bar, she wrote down the words "I love you" on a Post-it note, not to me, but they were written down. How do you say it in Tagalog? Mahal kita. Mahal din kita. I love you and I love you too. The first words in her language I learned of hers were "I love you." I don't know where that Post-it is. It used to be behind a little picture I had of her. It used to be hidden behind this picture I had of her, and it's gone. We exchanged phone numbers and everything. And I went home. And then she invited me to visit her out here. I'm not really sure how it went down. I wish she was here to tell the story with me. But I know I visited her for 2 weeks. I came out here on a train. Country boy from New Hampshire, traveling by himself all the way to New York to see this girl. That's where that picture came from. It's out in the kitchen. The picture with her from that visit. Most beautiful girl I ever seen.
My heart is broken. I'm emotionally crushed and somewhat mentally compromised, it seems, because I don't know what to do. That 2 weeks was magic. I came home. Talked with her on the phone at night. There's stories involved with that too that add question to things, but I won't get into that. And then my wife, she wanted to come visit me. And she wanted to come visit me. That girl got in her car and drove all the way north to New Hampshire in an amount of time that didn't make any sense. It was like a record time, and she rushed to my side. And then in the most beautiful moments, Ann, David, and I learned that we were meant to be together. Always. I don't know how it happened, but that woman asked me to go back with her. She asked me to go back to New York with her. We'd just known each other inside a month, talking almost every night. Hi. Yeah, talking almost every night. And then she came out to see me. And she asked me to go home with her. Me. Me. Of all people. Somebody that I thought was amazing and loving and kind. I didn't think anything would ever go wrong in this relationship. And we were really, really good for a time. Matter of fact, when the flesh is not in the way, we're perfect. When whatever the spirit is that's afflicting my beautiful wife and dominating what's happening to my children, I see it. I see it manifest in others, even when I'm not involved. It's not me as the common denominator. It's the love of men growing cold. It's something missing from everything. Something's missing. If she loved me the way I loved her, why isn't she here? Why isn't she just as sorry as I am about whatever she did wrong to put us here too? I wasn't even supposed to be there. I was supposed to leave on that Thursday, and I didn't. And she told me that she was supposed to go help her friend move. But she wasn't supposed to be there either. But now, because there's events later in life where she changed this story, and the stuff I've learned about what conflation is
and how I've witnessed it in my own kids. There's just no knowing anymore if she's telling me the truth. If she ever has told me the truth. If that woman truly believed that we were supposed to be together and Yah put us together, why isn't she working that out with me? Why am I being told by elders at a church she attends? What if she doesn't want to reconcile with you? Yeah, that's the story of the whole marriage, folks. What if she doesn't want to reconcile? Does anybody understand that if that question comes up in my marriage at any time, I'm hopeless? I go right back to where I was. But this time I'm not in New Hampshire. I'm here where being here homeless is the worst thing you could ever hope for. It's like these people in this church just think I can go on and just go have a life. And the way they're taunting me is like, what if she doesn't want to reconcile? Oh, and you better not rock the boat because who's paying the bills, Mr. David? You ever think of that? Great. So she's paying for the box that I'm kept in. The box that I'm kept in where I don't matter. Where now I'm supposed to, on the clinical aspect, the clinical side of things, think maybe I've never mattered. But on the Christian side of things, what can my children find in the people she's surrounded with as far as faith is concerned? What can my children find? What could I find? Marriage is about companionship, folks. What is companionship about? It's not just a step, it's not just a tier above friendship. Your hope. What are you guys doing? You're just getting married to someone that looks good? Your hope is that that person you're marrying is the safest place for you to be the most vulnerable in. That no matter what happens to you, they see through the mess and they see you. That they don't want anything bad to happen to you. What do you think I'm dealing with? I didn't want her to think the horrible things she thought about me, not because I just didn't want her to think them, because they weren't true. Put yourself in that position. The person you love more than anything else in the world, the person who plucks you from homelessness, is now threatening your very existence because you can't reach her. For some reason, she needs you to be guilty. For some reason, she needs you to be what? Why does she need me to be irredeemable sometimes? Why? Why does she need me to be a scapegoat sometimes? I have never told anybody I sinned because my wife made me. What I have said is that my wife's sin narrows choices for people in her family. It removes choices. It removes things. Oh, gosh. I'm going to take a break. What happened to the tunes? Did we lose them? I think we did. Wake up, music. Let's bring it up. All right, we still have it. I'm going to take a break. I got to get my kids up. We played Minecraft with a old friend last night. Don't hate me. We revived a Minecraft world from 6 or 7 years ago. One that we played and had some fun with and built some nice structures and beautiful places. And an old friend, a gal that she's going into surgery today. She's had a lot of complications in her head and had a lot of brain surgeries. And she's a lovely person, and she spends time doing in Minecraft what she can't do in real life. So I reached out to her last night to see how she was doing. And she joined Devin and I in a play session. So please put her in your prayers. And I'm going to wake my kids up. Be right back, playlist. I'm going to turn up some music. Now, this might not play for everybody. I think Facebook blocks it. Other people block it. They block my music because copyrights in certain places. It's not copyright. I don't have copyright, but there's licensing issues. So where Facebook and YouTube and Rumble and X do not have licensing, you won't hear my music. I don't even know if I don't know how they're going to mute the music through me. Maybe they're muting me. So, be right back. Hi, everybody. I don't understand. I don't even know where that setting is now, but I know you can hear me. This is going to come back and it's going to blast my room. Okay, sorry, folks. I know the stream is going to come back. We've got the TV on. And when I come back, the audio is going to come back. So I'm not really sure what's going on with the my Pro AV1 here. You can't even click this thing like before and do advanced settings. Did you know that? Yeah, there's no, it's just monitor it or don't monitor it. We're having some trouble with encoding too, folks, and the frames are disappearing. Wow. How long is that break going to take? It says it's 254, 257. So that might not be live. Yeah. So here I am. I'm watching it on the TV in the room. And everybody hears me here. Choppy, right? Wicked choppy. No. Well, folks. Marriage, about companionship, right? And my lovely story of how we met. Now I'm supposed to forget it. Like it didn't matter. I kind of believe what you're saying, friends. Right? The ones who have been reaching out to me and saying things to me. Because how else would you explain this? I'm technically not doing anything wrong. I was pushed beyond my own ability. I did reach out and ask for help with the situation. I was ignored by the very same people that are embracing her somehow. Oh, Devin, can you do me a favor? Can you fix the speed? That's what's happening. My YouTube is playing not normal speed. It's playing one. The TV kept the setting? We're watching me on TV going, it's like watching that. That's hilarious. Guys, gals, peeps under Yah. Think of what I just said, peeps. It's to gather us under his wings, right? Shelter us. Oh, how long he longed for us. For that which was his own. Can I ask? Aren't we all stiff-necked people? Aren't we all? I mean, does modern Christianity not understand what the goal was? The goal was to find a holy people, set apart, right? Yahuah had a plan, right? No, this is why replacement theology can't be spoken of these days correctly, because who's being replaced? You're being told that you're supposed to be Jews inwardly, not outwardly. Who's being replaced? Oh, gosh. It's my back. Right? So, falsehood is being replaced with truth. I got creator safe mode on. Monster Cat's giving me trouble, folks. We got to clear all the notifications. Spark. Let's play Spark. But why? Yikes. So, we turn it down nice and low. Spark's not that good of a choice. To be honest, folks, there's only about 35 songs, 36 songs or so on Monster Cat that are even safe to play for my people. No words, no dialogue. Safe, calm, hands, keyboard, sweeping motions, calm ambient stuff. There's only like 35, 40 songs on the whole platform. I do this here because that woman just has always shown that she doesn't know me very well. And it hurt. It crushed me. I would constantly be barraged with the idea that there was something wrong with me. And I wasn't telling her that there was something wrong with her, per se. But let's look at what our scripture teaches us, please. One, what do we learn? The fear of Yahuah is the beginning of all knowledge, right? The most misunderstood apostle, misquoted and falsely attributed to lawlessness and preaching against lawlessness is Paul. Paul said, one of the most important things you need to actually know. When I was a child, I thought like a child, I spoke like a child, and I reasoned like a child. But when I became a man, usable in Yah's hands. When I became a man, I put foolish things behind me. Right? Now, if you're not that person and you have not put foolish things behind you, are you someone that Yahuah would consider drawing? The modern doctrine of Christianity says, just say, I believe. Have my feel-good moment show up. What does Scripture actually tell you? So I want to know what the draw is. Explain to me how the Father drew you. Right? Could you? Every true testimony that I have been able to test and follow through with people's fruit involves them being destroyed, them being chastised, them being put low before Yah. So what drew you? How did he draw you? What kind of person would Yahuah draw? Does anybody ever think about that? Preachers preach to lost that walk in. Does this feel good? Does this sound good? Does this message sound inviting? Would you like to become a part of our family? Would you like to take part in what you're experiencing here full time? Would you like to have fellowship like none other? Then just believe, faith alone, faith alone. Nowhere in the entire Scripture, Mr. Cancel, nowhere in the entire Scripture, modern Christian, does it say faith alone saves. James tells you that we can see that faith without works is dead. And therefore, what? What? Look at your Bible. Read it. Read it to me. So then what are we talking about as far as works? What's works? Oh, you're trying to work your way for your salvation. That's work salvation. That's lordship salvation. You're a heretic. No, I read the Bible. And I know there's nothing I can do to earn it. But there's everything I must do to deserve it. Does anybody not catch that? There is everything I must do to deserve it. How can you just go, I believe in Jesus? Oh yeah. Of course I believe in Jesus. Don't you see my Christianity? Don't you see this churchianity in the room I'm with, all you people? Gosh. Well, what are you, perfect? If you're there, if you're dealing with people that are inside of that, or they fade into that, or drift into that, that's a child. Okay? If the person is tit for tatting you, blame shifting, quick to deflect, and yet prove that they don't even understand you first, well, you know, that's a child. So, who draws? Who draws? Yahuah draws, and then what? What's that like? What's that look like? Hey there, Joe Christian, trying to be like a Christian. Hey there, you lost person. You know what? How would you like to have all of this? How are you being drawn? You're supposed to present yourself as that living sacrifice. You're told that you're not under law as far as sacrifices for sin. But for salvation, you are to present yourself as that living sacrifice, which is your reasonable service, right? So that means in every interaction, am I being firm and loving? Am I being true? Is there some sort of deception in this? Do I really understand what my calling is and what standard I uphold? Do I really understand it? Do you guys know what the word understand means? Understand. It means you abide in. Get it? You stand under. So if you say you understand, if you claim it, prove it. Prove it. Demonstrate that you understand. Because if you can't demonstrate that you understand, how can you refute? And how could you support? Do you think I'd want you supporting me if you proved you didn't even understood my position? What kind of representative could you be for me if you didn't understand my position? How could you support me? You think I just want a yes man in my team? Do you think God, Yahuah, Adonai, do you think our Elohim, our everlasting, our most high, settles? Do you honestly think that there's saved and second tier discipleship? Is that where your head's at? Is discipleship just showing up to church functions and singing? What is that? What are you giving these people by showing up? What works are those? Are you there asking those people to reconcile their sin? Are you asking those people to be restored to Yahuah through the new covenant? Where we don't have to gather up all those turtle doves, goats, rams, and bulls and travel all the way to the temple when we really didn't care anyways and we were only doing it as an outward sign. We weren't truly circumcised in the heart, right? Do you folks get it yet? Do you? Could you? Could you get it? Let me try something here. Control, alternate, delete. Let's do it again. I get the window sound. I'm going to go open the task manager real quick, folks. And I'm going to set the priority for the app a little bit higher for my streaming app here. Come on, you. Dear Lord. My goodness. Here's an interesting tidbit for you folks while I'm doing this. Are you familiar with do not take the Lord's name in vain? I imagine a lot of you are, right? What do you think it means? What do you think it means? I'll tell you what it means. Because if G-O-D is a title, if God is a title and not his name, then when you're saying OMG, that's not sufficient. That's not sufficient to fall into the category of taking the Lord's name in vain. Now, if you ask Scripture what that means, instead of just looking at the commandment, if you ask Scripture to define what that means don't you dare claim to be something that you're not. Are you catching it yet? You're taking the Lord's name, his banner. I follow Yahuah, who leads me to the Most High. Yahuah asks me to pray to Yahuah, the Most High, in his name. Can't get to the Father unless I go through. So why am I so compelled? Why? What would make me compelled? The drawing? So how is it that I know when sin is abound and others don't? How on earth can you lean into someone and say, what if they don't want to reconcile with you? I would never be able to say that to anybody. Because what if this person claiming to be Christian in our church doesn't want to reconcile with you, Mr. David? How could a church elder say that about a church member when you're all trying to be reconciled to Yahuah? Right? And how are you trying to be reconciled to Yahuah? By leaving every false way behind. Being doers of the word. Right? Does the word lie? Does the word lie to you? No, men lie. Men twist the truth to their own destruction and to yours, flock. Marriage is about companionship. It's not about separation, and reconciliation is not optional. Here's the only thing. If my wife was unfaithful to me in the realm of adultery, then I have full legal discourse under Yahuah, under Torah, under Christ's command to take action. But it doesn't mean I have to do it. There's no command that says you must throw away a stumbling wife, a hurting person. 1 Peter 3, ladies. Why don't you press that into my wife? Hey, Ann, so if Brian was all these things, how were you treating him when he was? Were you that shining example under Yah, or were you dancing in flesh, tearing him to pieces, saying, see, you're not a Christian? Was that what you were doing to him? What would these friends of yours in this church say if they saw the videos, if they heard the recordings? Would they love you the same and ask you to repent? Or would they then say to you, Miss David, what if your husband doesn't want to reconcile with you? That would be horrible to say. How do I bring that home, Miss Aurelius, and tell my son you said that? Are you actually denying that you said this now? You said it repeatedly. What if she doesn't want to reconcile? You can't make her. You can't force her to reconcile. You ever think of that? Huh? So what are you doing here? What are you trying to do? I am here to use the church as appropriately in Matthew 18 to see if there's a moment for arbitration and reconciliation where witnesses can come forward. And she says, as I'm talking about Matthew 18, she says, what if we don't want to do Matthew 18 with you? That's the gist of it, isn't it? What if she doesn't want to reconcile? And what if we support that idea? Then you're not indwelt with the Ruach HaKodesh, and you're not actually following Yahushua, and you don't have any love of the Father in you. There's no truth in you. What am I supposed to say to that? What am I supposed to say to that? You guys know why I'm here all this time? Because the truth needs to come out. Just needs to come out. The verses I'm posting on this screen, if the verses I'm posting were actually thought of, cared about, put into practice, you folks understand? You wouldn't have none of the problems you're having with each other. If our scripture says that we will all be under law, worshiping and obeying Yahushua, going up to the hill to learn of the law from our Elohim. If the kingdom is going to be upholding the law, don't you think now is the prep time for that? You're not even getting ready to be in the kingdom now. And my beloved friend, Pastor Barnett, John Barnett, Dr. Barnett, says, you will never become what you're not already trying to be. Think on that. That's what these things are doing, these lawless doctrines. They're not turning people to the word to read it for themselves. They're letting a charlatan interpret the word for them and tell them what it should mean to them. And then they just, of course, because there's no true Ruach HaKodesh in these people, they're not truly Kodashim, they're not truly set apart, they just think they are. That's why in those crucial moments, you don't see fruit. You see rotten fruit. What if she doesn't want to reconcile? That's rotten fruit. Step away from your wife, Mr. David. That's not fruit. That's worry. That's fear. That's not trust. That's not loving Yahuwah. That's not loving Yahushua. That's not loving Messiah. That's not brotherly love. That's not actually any real concern for the family that's damaged here. For my children. Oh, guess what? I get to go home now and tell my youngest son, who's had all of this dumped on him, guess what? The elders at the church, the church I went to reconcile with, as asked, the church I went to go say, hey, Ann, this doctrine's not right. Come home. Come home. Let's work this out. I went there for that. And I was shunned, ostracized, and turned away by a church organization that has a sign out in front of the door that says, all are welcome here. All are welcome. You guys want to see the sign? I got the sign. Got a picture of their sign. They don't even take the time to wash it. It's kind of filthy now, too. They're interested in putting on a good show. I put on a good show. But let my tongue sing of your word. Right? You need testimony. You need people saying, yes, here is where, when I was in obedience, the end result was Yahuah smiled upon me and provided me with a way out of whatever there was there to ensnare me. Where are you getting that from? Where's it going to come from? You don't thank him. You don't praise him. You don't truly worship him. You don't truly love him. You don't even say his name. You got stuck in the ineffable name doctrine, the forbidden name that's from way back in time. You're all following that Roman model. And I don't understand it. I don't understand it, people. How do you call Yeshua friend? How do you call him Lord? You don't do anything he asks of you. Nothing. You don't do it. You pretend. You do fake, ridiculous versions of it. I'm not perfect, people. I'm never going to be perfect until Yahushua shines on me. Makes me perfect. I mean, in the realm of being perfect in God's eyes, I don't even get to claim that if I'm still sinning and not repenting. If I'm just sinning and saying, well, I'm a believer, so I'm okay with it. I'm just fine. No, you have to really know what you're doing. Meaning, you're going to be turned on. You're going to be equipped. You're going to be self-checking first all the time. You're going to be attacked. You're going to be hated. You're going to be persecuted. But I hope you're going to be loved. I hope you're going to be cared for. I don't get to take the bigger breaks. I wanted to take a bigger break, but you guys don't have any music. I don't have any previous content to roll. There's already videos you can watch. I think I'm going to wrap it up for now. I've been streaming for quite a few, like almost 5 hours now. I can't keep saying it. I mean, of course I could keep saying it. I just don't understand what's going on. I don't know how I'm supposed to go through this and get through this. Do you know how much I want to say people's names? Some of the people that are reaching out to me, talking to me. You know how much I want to have a real conversation with you and say the things I want to say, but I can't put anybody at risk here. I can't put anybody at risk. I'm getting catfished these days. Weird people sending me, oh yeah, send me your profile pic. By a woman that thinks she's a Christian, can't be a Christian because that would be inappropriate, right? To send me pictures of yourself. Just unsolicited like that. No introduction, no hello, hi, my name is, and how are you? And you get the fake robots, the fake robot people, and the. I'm not looking to replace okay, I'll be clear. I mean, I would be fine if Yahuah replaced her. I would. Be absolutely fine if Yahuah replaced her, but he can't give someone to me that I can't care for now. He can't give me someone to care for and have a life with. I'm struggling. Why would he want this for me? And what is his plan for me in the future? Is he just going to pluck me? I mean, I'm dying, folks. Nobody takes that seriously. The people that live in the building with me, when they say 1 second, wow, you don't look so good. Are you okay? And I say, no, I'm technically dying here, literally dying here. I've got untreated cancer and untreated diabetes. I'm doomed. And then they change their tune real quick. The first they say, wow, what's going on? You don't look so good. And they say, I'm dying. And they go, you're not dying. Come on. You look good in the face. Like, why would you look good in the face? Shut up. That's ridiculous for me to even think about. Shut up. I look good in the face. I'm not maintaining the 60 frames. I'm not maintaining the broadcast quality, I think. And I'm on repeat. Right? So because I'm on repeat, I got Omer cards to do. I got some more assets to put together. And I've got the testimony stream, and I got a few other teachings. I'm overwhelmed. I'm going to take a break, a real break. Okay, folks? Thanks so much. Thanks for being here. Thanks for listening. Thanks for letting me talk at you. Shalom. Praise Yah. Until next time, folks. Bye. Are you kidding me? Come on, keyboard. Wakey, wakey, eggs and steaky.